Okay, let's see. Sure, everything's good. Hi, Zaris. We'll get started here in just a second. Just putting some posts out. Yeah, you were first today. Gotta put the door in its place. Yep. Okay. Just get these last bits done. Yeah. Here we go. Okay. Should be just about everything. Except I gotta go live on B-Sky. Hold on. go. Hope everyone's doing okay. There. Okay. I think that's about as good as we're going to get right now. Should be everything. So, let's go ahead and get started. Okay. That's right. The camera's out of place. Get everything in order. Chop it all down to 70 degrees here, so focus on the table. And get my phone set up. There we go. Okay. Well, we're here. We're live. This bird's hitting a real wall of creativity right now. And frankly, just plain exhaustion. So we're gonna go slow today and focus on some of the smaller stuff that I need to get done, namely my boot charms. And if we get finished with those and I'm feeling good, we'll do a little bit more. If I'm not feeling up to it, this might just be a smaller, shorter stream. I have been going non-stop for days now, and I am starting to feel it, and I'm still going to need energy for the actual market itself. So, trying to be conscientious of that. So today's goal primarily is to survive. That said, I hope everyone's having a good day. I'm not going to push myself that hard. I'm so far doing better than I was last year doing a similar market. Kind of pushed myself a little bit too hard on that one. This time, I gave myself more time, and I was a bit ambitious, sure, but we should be better off. Let's see. We are gonna start by painting some boot charms. If I can get my reference stuff to work properly. There we go. Let's start with our buy flag, actually. I need to restock those anyway. We've got them right here. Should be a good, relatively simple one to start with. Let's see. I think that burgundy is close, or is this more of like a darkened lavender? Do I have lavender? Zaris, you can haunt me if I die. I accept that fate. Oebo, 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 oebo. Let's grab the purple here. I think that is spot on. So we'll do that. And then we might have to kind of mix our own color for that middle-ish purple. We'll see. I'm going to try just a regular purple, see how it looks with everything else. We can also try that burgundy a little bit. Star, how are you doing today? Zaris, glad you're doing well. Let's see here. Hold on a second. I need to check something. My subscriber stuff isn't working. New beta blockers make you feel like you're vibrating. Is that a good vibrating or a bad one? Let's see here. Where are my overlays? Here we go. See if that one works. Gotta go grab some water and take meds. Good call. They should be doing the exact opposite. That's unfortunate. I hope you get that sorted. Try that. Sorry, doing a little bit of tech fixing here. Let's make that. Yes, sorry, friends. Just kind of updating something here that I noticed was wrong. I want to get it fixed before we really get started. It's one of those things that was working earlier, and now it's decided to break. Okay, interesting. Let's do that, maybe? Just for now. Nope. Alright, let me give this like 2 more attempts. Oh my gosh! Indigo the Kitchen, thank you so much for the follow! Holy smokes, thank you. Glad to have you here. Feel free to hang out, whether it's lurking or chatting.
Indigo the Kitchen needs you to hydrate.
Oh, I can absolutely do that. It is a warm one today. Got my cup here. We're gonna hydrate. I'm just about ready to give up on water the burb. Yes, always gotta water the burb. Let's see. Let me do this. one more time here. I'd like this to work and not just be broken, but I might just have to live with that for the moment. Yeah, okay, that's working now. 61% burb for Zaris. There we go. Yeah, I think we're good. Okay. Now that we got that working, we can actually get started on the painting. Forever not 100%. It'll happen. It'll happen at some point. Maybe it's just destined to be a next month thing. So my VIPs are currently set where at the start of the new month we will reset them. And we'll have new VIPs as they are selected by the Great Vorb. So I think I might actually grab a bigger brush for these, because this is gonna take some time. Otherwise, yeah, we're definitely gonna do that. Oh, it'll happen, I'm sure. It'll happen. Larger brush here. Which one do I want to use? Honestly, I'm about at the point where I just need new brushes to begin with. Some of these are getting a little bit ratty. How is everybody's... Oh gosh, it's Thursday already. How's everyone's Thursday doing? Got any fun plans this weekend? Anything to really look forward to? And go down just a little bit closer here. Yeah, let's be a little nicer. Sorry if I'm a little bit lower energy today. Like the stream title says, I hit my glass window. You know, because a bird, we fly into windows, not walls. I hit that today, and so I am just kind of exhausted. I did the math though, and I think I've created something like 30 new items for this this vendor market that I'm going to. And that's not counting these boot charms. So I have been a busy bird, and I'm trying to let myself understand that that means it's okay to be tired and to be slightly lower energy. That said, we're going to get through some of this stuff. We're going to see how... I know it's a lot. It is so many. We're going to see how long I wind up going today. I usually try to go at least 4 hours. This might be a shorter stream just because of energy levels. So we're going to go. I'd love to get the majority of these flags done. We might work on some other stuff. I still got to finish those collars. But I just don't know if I have the energy. I made like 8 floggers today, which I can't like show here on Twitch, but I'll post photos in the Discord sometime after stream tonight. But yeah, from scratch, made 8 of them today. So I'm a little tired. Zaris, that's my secret. I'm always overexerting myself. It's one of the best skills that I have. In all honesty, I'm okay. I'm taking care of myself. This is why we're going a little bit lower energy today. And why it might be a shorter stream, all said and done. I know. I'm gonna be cautious and be careful here. I definitely don't want to overexert myself either. Okay. Let's see how close this burgundy gets for us. I have a feeling it is not going to quite be there, but maybe I'm wrong. All right. How are we feeling? What is that? Let's see if I adjust this a little bit here and get it to focus on us, please. Feels a little bit dark to me. We might wind up mixing this one. Let's grab my little palette here, which is still full of a bunch of colors from the last time we painted. Because I'm horrible and should have cleaned up. But did not. However, all we really need it for today is one of our empty dots here. And I think what we're going to do is probably take a little bit of our burgundy. I want something a little bit lighter. What am I thinking? I'm kind of thinking about adding a pink as a base, and then adding that burgundy, and we'll just kind of see if that gets us close. So I think we'll start with the pink. And I think we're just going to do a little drop here. Oh, the burgundy's thick. Maybe not that big of a drop. We've already got our brush in this. Let's do that. There we go. Give that a good mix. See if we can't make something a little more appropriate for the color that we want. Burgundy. Okay, I think we're on the right track. We're gonna need a little more burgundy though, because that pink's really strong. Burgundy. Burgundy? Is that how you pronounce it? Burgundy. Second one. right. Clean this brush before I stick it in a pure unmixed paint. I don't know where like my little mixing spatula has gone, but it's not here right now, so. Okay. Let's see if we can darken this a little bit further here. Yum. We love some dried gunk there. Here we go. Yeah, just a little bit more, I think. This time I'm going to use the back of my paintbrush because I think it's going to mix a little bit better that way. You know. How are we feeling about that? I feel like that is almost spot on for the reference. So this will probably be the one we go with. Yeah, I'm just gonna make sure this is nice and mixed so we don't have any like streaks of color in here. Alright, and back to painting. Now we got a good color to work with. I'll have to go over this darker burgundy, but I don't think that'll be an issue. I know I shouldn't worry too much about getting these colors perfect, but these flags represent people, and I want to make sure they're done right. Even if they're just going to go on a boot. Go. That around. This one's definitely going to need a little bit more, just specifically where I painted over the darker color. Make sure that's nice and covered. There we go. I am going to have business cards for the market. Funny you should mention it. I got new business cards recently. So these came in just yesterday. So these are all my leathers. So every leather I have, I put together in kind of a rainbow pattern. So my old cards, for anybody who hasn't seen them, or maybe who hasn't seen them in a while, they're very similar cards. But when I started with this one. I like the colors on this one a little bit better. They're just brighter. But this isn't my leather. This was basically stock image that I was had to use, and I wanted to, you know, recreate it with leather that I actually have now, and so I did. And this looks good. The front, just because it doesn't really have anything super, you know, personal on it. It is more just business. Yeah, this is the Leatherworks. Handcrafted, trans-owned, critter designed, making all sorts of stuff, and then a QR code that just goes to my card, which is perfect. So I'm excited. I was definitely running low on cards, and I'm glad they came in time for the market itself. Putting Patrick Bateman to shame. When I first made my last set of cards, I was just getting started with Bird Brain, and didn't quite have the identity or like vibe that I do now. Still trying to figure out, like, you know, what does my little business look like? What do I do? So it's nice to be able to add the details. I'm like, this is the kind of leatherwork I do. This is, you know, links to all of my socials and my website, and watch me on Twitch and all that stuff. It just means, like, I have an identity. I have something that I can point people to so they can find me. There we go. Have a good walk, Star. I need to go on more walks again. Gotta lose some weight. It's fun. Leatherwork is one of those, like, jobs where I'm standing most of the day working when I'm doing this. So it is tiring, but it's very, like, passive tiring. I need to get more cardio in. I'm still gotta lift weights. Just do all the basic workout stuff just so I can be in better shape. It's just a new skill set for me because I've always historically had jobs that keep me, like, hiking in the woods or doing things more actively so I can naturally work out as I work. Also, does audio and everything sound good today? I'll be completely honest when I say that I effectively rolled out of bed from taking a nap because I was so tired to come do the stream, so I did not do all of my regular audio checks. Sounds good? Great. I'm so glad to hear that. Glad we worked out all the bugs yesterday. Go. Right. That is our first coat of all of our burgerple, as I'll call it. That's my official name for this color now, burgerple. There we go. Wash that, let that color dry for a little bit. Let's come back later as it dries and see if we actually need to add any others. Add a second coat, rather. For the moment, we're going to move over to our magenta. Start with this one since it's been sitting the longest. Also, I did it again. I should swap over to the wider brush for these. It goes so much faster. Make sure this is cleaned out first, of course. It certainly was not. I'm glad I checked. There we go. There's still some blue in here. Okay. You can see my shameful paint rag. As I am just making sure that everything is cleaned up nicely. Rather get paint on all that than the wrong color on my flags. Oh, that's so much nicer. There we go. Trying to stay on target here and not go over the lines into my burger bowl. Let's see. I think that's pretty good as far as colors are concerned. I am pretty pleased with that. You can focus for me. I believe in you, camera. There we go. Yeah, I think we're pretty on par. Okay. There we go. These bi-flags are coming out very nicely. Magenta might need a second coat. I'm noticing it's drying a little bit sheer. I went over on that one. Okay. Just a happy little accident, as they say. I'll go back and fix it in a moment. Thankfully, that burgurple, just like saying it, is a pretty thick paint, so it covers very nicely. There we go. Better. Sometimes having my extra light doesn't really help. Other times it does, so I'm trying to see if I can keep that glare off of it. Thick paint will stick to a thin paint. Is that something we all know? I feel like I didn't know that for a long time. Also, still like unsure if that's a joke that I'm not getting, or a real thing. There we go. Okay. So all of those. We are going to definitely give a second coat to all of the magenta here. Yeah, that looks much better with the second coat. Here we go. I feel like I should have some, like, hot gossip or something to talk about, but I'll be completely honest, my social life has been non-existent in preparation for this market, so I have no idea what's going on. I can tell you from a recent Taco Bell run that there's a new chalupa. I know that's all interesting news for people. There's also there is a new game I kind of want to play. I saw a streamer playing it. Look, okay. I love Bob Ross. I have not watched a whole lot of Bob Ross's stuff. Every time it's been on, like I think there's a Twitch stream or YouTube stream that goes through and does all of them. In the past, every time it was on, I was not I just wasn't available to watch it, and so I just have not watched much. Fun fact, though, I used to work for the company that made the museum that kind of highlights his life and career in Minnetonka, I believe. I used to work for the company that designed and built that. So, fun little lore drop from a bird here. Unfortunately, I myself didn't work on that project. I got brought on like a week after it finished. Go. What was I saying?
Zaris needs a bird to stop shrimping.
I'm
Zaris needs you to
trying.
hydrate.
I'm trying to not shrimp, but I'm painting tiny things. Shrimping is so easy. I'm straightening up, I promise. Oh. One of these days I'm going to stretch after that and just pop my back. And I do need to hydrate as soon as I finish this flag. Thank you so much for the reminder. I'm also sad it's going to get hot here again starting tomorrow. Here we go. We've got until Monday? I thought the forecast was saying that like starting tomorrow we were getting up into like at least the high 80s, if not 90s. Which is unfortunately hot for me right now because this workroom does not have AC and is upstairs, so it gets a lot of heat. Monday and Tuesday are going to be 94. Oh. Cyrus, can you change the forecast for me? I might not be able to stream. I guess maybe Wednesday was going to be my follow-up stream. I think I was going to take Monday off. Sunday and Monday to recover. So I think Wednesday will be the first stream after. So hopefully it'll be a little cooler, maybe? Fingers crossed. Okay. Buy flags are just about done here. Yeah, for real. It's... As a girl that came from Texas, I'm used to a lot hotter heat. However, it's been a few years, and everywhere I was in Texas, I typically had reliable AC. Up here, I just don't, because it's just not that common. And so, I get it. The lower temperatures, they may be lower than, say, like down in the south, but they are still brutal. No worries. I still know some very lovely people in Texas. I just hope they all stay safe. That is where I'm at. Right. Just gonna give this Burgerple. Burgerple. A little bit of a once-over. I know there's one specifically, this one, but I just went outside the line. Look, as a place, it is honestly a very amazing state. I look at it from an ecological standpoint, and it is lovely. It's got so many, biomes, so many habitats, so much diversity of life that it's really a fascinating place to live. However, big however, I'm currently not allowed to live there because of my identity and who I am. So, the people in power are the worst. And I just can't see myself going back. All right, I think we are good on the buy flag. Clean my brush a little bit. What's going to be next on our plate here? Of the flags we have left, we have our leather flag, our leather pride flag. We have our bear flag. We have the masculine gay flag. And then we have, I forget which one my 4 is going to be. But let's see here. Let's see what our little reference says. What's our next one going to be? The bear flag. We're going to start that. That's going to be one of our complex ones. Glad to get that one out of the way. go. Put those over to dry. Let's see, what colors are we going to need for this? We are going to need a brown. We need orange. Need white. It's like a light yellow. That white's all the way over there. Hold on. Looks like we're definitely going to be mixing some paints on this one, because it's like a really cream yellow and a beige. Do I have a beige? Actually, no, tangerine's going to be a little too orange for that. Yay, paint. Hi, Mini Golf. Hope you're doing well. Actually, this isn't even like a true orange, is it? That is more of like a... Oh, what is it? Is that a cognac? Tired and sore? Honestly, same. That looks more like a cognac to me. So we'll do that. Here's my brown. That brown look. Yeah, that brown will work. I think we're definitely going to have to mix our yellow to get what we want. And then we'll probably have to mix for our beige as well, which should just be brown and white. So, not too bad. Now we need gray, like a dark gray, which is good. We need to mix a dark gray because I need to update our disability pride flags to be darker gray on the edges. So that actually works out really well. So let's get our black out. We got our whites. Okay. I think that'll work. You could play the game. Are these dry enough that I can just peel them off? Oh, they are. Oh, that's satisfying. Okay, I did one. I'll show you all the rest. So, acrylic is lovely because when I let it dry, e.g. I don't clean it because I'm lazy, oh, it just peels off in one go. That's so satisfying. We're just gonna peel through these so we can make some space here. Very satisfying. Mini golf, was it just a long day of work or anything specific make you tired and sore? Also, does anybody want a satisfying globule of dry paint rubber? Okay. Let's get our colors worked out here. So if we don't mix them, we're not going to use the tray. First one we are going to need is going to be our yellow, kind of our light yellow. Watching the baseball game, it's cold and damp in the air. That's fair. Send the cold and damp my way. It's too warm. I need it to be cooler. Here we go. Do a little bit of yellow in here. Welcome back, Star. Yeah, let's trade. You can take the heat. I will take the cold and damp. That's why I enjoy being in the Pacific Northwest. It's because cold and damp is my vibe. Do just a quick drop. We'll probably do two because white's gonna need it. also go ahead and set a little bit too much white out to turn into beige. Right. Our brown a little bit here. See how much we need here. Don't want to put too much right away. Okay. Let's do a little bit of mixing. Star, I know you're on a walk. This is our finished bi flag, which I think turned out pretty dang good. All right. Let's see if we can get a nice pastel yellow here. Honestly, we're pretty close already. That is pretty much on the money. Cyrus, that is up to you. Alright, we're definitely going to have to add a little bit of yellow into this mix if we want to get a true khaki. What's up, Zaris? You hear an owl outside? Love that. And it wasn't just the owl song that was playing. Okay. Let's try that. This one is going to be a very exploratory mix of paints here, in order to get that kind of khaki light beige we want. We're getting there. We need to lighten it up, but we're getting to the right color of brown now. Also, Zaris, do you know what kind of owl it was? Can you identify via sound? Because I could probably help you identify it. Okay. Couple more drops there. We might need a little more than that. We'll see. Definitely going to need more of that. Might be too much now. Oh, that's awesome. We love hearing wildlife. Oh, there's that beige. Probably a little more yellow, and we will be pretty much on the money here. You seen the coyotes as well? Nice. Honestly, seeing wildlife anywhere is so nice. I love it. 2 drops there. Just 'cause we have a lot of paint in this little tray here. Good mix. Here we go. That's a beige if I've ever seen one. This is the color of an insurance guy's pants. Okay. That should be the only mixed colors we need to do for this. Everything else, I think, well, we'll have to do we need to do the darker gray. That's right. So let's get a base of white in here. I'm making a little bit more than I would normally for this, just because I know we're going to use it on the Disability Pride flag too. Okay. That, hopefully we don't go too dark here. Looks like we might have too much black. Oh, no, wait, we're mixing in. Okay. Trust the process. Go. Make sure this is nice and mixed properly, just because the black will absolutely kind of streak through if it isn't well mixed. That is not something we want tonight. Nice even color if we can help it.
UHM actually pushes glasses up nose, it's khaki. Snorts and laughs nassily. But seriously, me sleep now. Nini birdie, please don't push yourself tonight and rest well when you do. Purple heart emoji, purple heart emoji, purple heart emoji.
Thank you so much, Zaris. Get some good rest yourself, okay? I will not push myself. We're mostly just painting tonight. One thing you miss about living in rural areas is hearing the wildlife. Yeah, I get that. I'm kind of in the same boat. I do miss the rural areas for that reason. Okay. Brown, cognac, lighter yellow, beige, white, dark gray, black, and then black paw. Okay, so we will start with the browns. Well, actually, we should start with the middle, right? So that would actually be our beige. So we'll start with our beige. It's going to be an interesting color to paint on leather that is already pretty close to beige. Trying to stay in the lines here. Painting beige on leather must be the most thrilling thing to watch. Is she doing anything? Is she painting anything at all? Who knows? I guess we'll find out. It doesn't show up on the camera very well, but there is a tone difference on these beige and the actual natural leather color. There we go. Gosh, yeah, that looks like something else. That is quite the color to paint on an almost identical shade. Alright. I'm just getting through this center line here, and then we'll have some more fun colors to paint with. The bear flag is such an interesting one to me. I know nothing about the colors and what they represent on this, but I would be curious to learn if anybody knows. Worst case, we can look it up at some point here. I just have never identified or interacted with a lot of bears before, so I just don't know the kind of color theory. Also, everybody watching, because it is warmer out, at least where I'm at, make sure you're staying hydrated. Make sure you're taking care of yourself just as much as y'all are reminding me to do. Oh, interesting. So it's meant to include the color of bear fur from around the world. Okay. I can kind of see that. I'm curious, do you know what the species included are? It's like I could see the grizzly bear, so our brown bear making sense, our black bear, the sun bear might also make some sense, but I don't know of like yellow, like that kind of creamy yellow. This feels a very blonde for a bear color, and I don't know what species actually has that, unless it's like the stripe on the chest of the sun bear, which I think is usually like a more creamy shade. Now the polar bear is probably the white. Can't find a list of specific bears. That's fair. I wonder if gray is a koala bear. That's the only like gray bear I say in quotation marks because I don't think a koala bear is a bear, but it's the only gray I can think of that would be associated with bears. There we go. Alright, beiges are done. Maybe the cuck chair was designed for koala bears originally. Or panda bears. Pandas I feel also would be in that. Okay. Let's jump over to our wand, I think. It's going to be one up. So let's get all of these rotated. Rotate them like sharks, just so that they're situated. And I stuck my brush right back into the beige. Rotate my wheel here a little bit, so I'm less likely to do that again. Koala bears, nature's cucks. Love it. There's also a bear registered tartan. Interesting. Same color scheme, I'm guessing. Nice. Tartans are really cool. I love seeing tartans. I'm pretty sure I have no Scottish ancestry. Although, I'll be honest, I have no idea what my lineage actually is. But I still think tartans are just a really cool, cool thing in general. There we go. Right up to the edge here. And the little hardest part's going to be not getting it on the paw right here. Cool, okay. That's one down. Definitely probably have to give that a second coat too, because this yellow is still... It's behaving like yellow does for me on these paints, which is usually never great. Go. Get all the way up there. Flip it around. Get the last bit. Yeah, yellow is always a pain. This stuff particularly. So Angelus is the brand of paints I use for leather, and they're usually a pretty good brand. I actually like them a fair bit, but occasionally they put a color out that just doesn't... It's just super watery, and yellow is one of them. It's something about the mixture or the dye or whatever they're using, like the mica powder, whatever they're using to color. The ratio is just slightly off, and it does not want to work with me very well. There we go. Yeah, is it difficult all the way through, like anywhere? I know blues historically have been difficult, but that's usually a pigment issue. And historically was like an access to pigment. But I wasn't aware of yellow being that. It makes sense. All the miniature paints you have are hard to work with too, for yellows. That's fair. Yeah, I just feel like yellow is always going to need a lot of coats and a lot of like TLC to really get the color that you want. Yellow is just the printer of paints. It senses your fear, and you have to like give it offerings for it to behave. overcome the yellow. Right. We seem to have at least a system down for this portion here, which is good. Here's hoping the rest of these will go on nicely. Big Day, I love that your burb chat came with a a chat advertisement before it actually gave you the answer. Sitting at a nice 81% burb though. It's a pretty good percentage. %. We got some high burbage going on. We're gonna get another VIP tonight? Or a VIB, a very important burb. You're more burb than bun right now, that's true. Okay, I'm gonna let that yellow dry, move on to another color. If I need to give it another coat, I will. I'm hoping, with the addition of the other colors around it, that it'll actually look a little bit better as we finish, or kind of like get it situated. Seagull, bunny, griffin. A lot of animal. Also, I love that you're on the seagull side of the bird chart. If you don't know, I ascribe to there's 3 types of bird. You have, let's see if I can get everything in. It's a triangle. Up here, at the top, you have majestic raptor. Over here, at this triangle corner, you have scrungly seagull. And then on the left side, you have horny pigeon. Every bird falls within this triangle somewhere. All right, let's do white next. Going seagull, because I mean, that's a good reason to go seagull. I feel like horny pigeon earns a lot of fries too, though. If I get better at coding Twitch stuff, I would love to make a chat command that is like our burb command, but instead of being just a percentage, it would actually show you a visual of where you sit on that triangle as a burb at any given moment. Just kind of randomly selects it. And I'll clarify that triangle works generally for species, but it also works pretty well just for individual birds. So a bird could be normally majestic raptor, but you look at it and it's sopping wet and looks awful, and you're like, that's a scrungly seagull right there. I mean, I would say like they're comparable. Rabbit and horny pigeon, I think, have similar interests. I will say, I feel like pigeon has the added, like, has a little bit more of like a, it has the rabbit side, but less pure. Because it's also got like a mixture, if we're talking like mammal comparisons, it's got a mixture of like raccoon in there too. That would be like rabbit raccoon is what I would describe, comparing like a horny pigeon. Interests that are typically larger. Oh my gosh. Now I'm thinking about how I would go about creating a chat command that could show you where you're at on that spectrum. And it would be way more difficult than I think I'd want to do. You're plotting on 2 axes. Go. Right. This white is kind of working. It's a little bit on the watery side like the yellow. It's not nearly as bad. Sometimes it just wants to move on me. Can I arrange it like RGB levels for color? Like, oh, I could probably do that. It would just be a, I think it would be how to get the bot, because right now, when we're doing how burb are you, it is just a percentage bot. It's just randomly picking a percent. Theoretically, to get us somewhere on the triangle, we would need to run that bot 3 times, 1 for each axis. And then you'd have to find a way to program an overlay to visually represent where that sits in the triangle. And that's the part I don't know how to do. That would probably require some more coding, some like C# that I don't have the knowledge of. And then I could make the art assets for, but I don't think I would have the technical know-how to do that. But mini golf, I think you're on the right track. I think that would be the way to do it, is just have it quickly run all 3 calculations in the background, and then just find a way to plot those out on the triangle. Might be a fun project to try someday. What I could do that would be easier There are some extensions on Twitch that allow users to vote on their screen using like a heat map setup where you can kind of click. I could do that and then have chat vote on where I sit at any given time on the spectrum of burb types. That could be fun, and that would be far more doable. All right, it's time to get my Dr. Pepper out. Burb needs her caffeine. Okay, next up, I think we are going to do our gray. So the white's looking pretty decent. Is our gray dark enough? That's my question. I'd say so. Now I'm looking at it right next to the reference. I think it's dark enough. I think it looks a little darker on the reference image just because it's got the black right next to it. And we don't have that yet. Sorka, I don't know if you're around right now. If you are, and you ever want to challenge yourself to make a like a streamer bot extension or streamer bot code that would do the bird calculations, I would be all here for it. You're the person I know that would probably have enough coding language to understand and make it happen. That is at least a regular in the stream. Otherwise, I will get a wild hair and just do it on my own one day. Because I know myself. First priority, though, is actually updating my PNG tuber. I have some updated designs that are gonna go live before too long. Just some minor visual updates, all done by me. Should look really nice. I'm excited. Say your name. StreamerBot. Yeah, StreamerBot is the framework that I'm using right now. Yeah, it's been pretty good to me. I'd like to continue using it. It's very functional in that it does just about everything I need it. But I'd be curious if we could make it do that. Like I said, I can do the visual side of it. So pulling up making the PNGs and the assets. I just don't know the coding side to pull that calculation and map it. There we go. The gray's looking pretty good. Looks like it's drying pretty smoothly too, so I'm happy to see that. I'm gonna touch up these little edges right here though. Just because that white's very noticeable. I'll be curious to see what boot charms wind up being the most popular at this market this weekend. At the last furry market I did, our trans and our bi flag were the two most popular ones. So I'm curious what the goth market's gonna be. Mini golf. Don't say ew, I resemble that. Alright, gray is done. Jump back over to the other side. I think next up is our cognac. Which I don't think I have personally ever used this color. Oh, it's kind of chunky. I hope this paint's still good. Let's see how this goes. I mean, it goes on smoothly. Probably just because I haven't used it. I did give it a good shake. Yeah, it's very thick. It's not the thickest one I have. The thickest paint I have currently is my red. Oh, and that red is kind of a nightmare. So much so I might have to go get a new bottle of it soon. Because she's so thick. I'll grab it here in a second so you can see. Oh, getting in between these toe beans. Gonna be a task and a half. It's actually why I'm saving the paw for last. Since it's gonna be black, I figure it'll be easy to cover any mistakes I do. Go. Okay. Bright side, it does go on very nicely. The problem might be, and this might just be because we don't have the darker brown next to it, that color is pretty close. Come on. You want to focus. There you go. That color is pretty close when you put them next to each other, and I think the darker brown is just going to make it look more orange than it currently does. Okay, where's my red? Okay, mini golf, you ready for this? This is my red. She's thick and chunky, and because it's warmer, she's actually a little bit smoother than she has been. But this red is probably in need of replacement. It's a little too dried out. I'm gonna try adding just a little bit of water first, see if I can't reconstitute it a bit. But I think it's on its last legs. Sorka, I am using OBS Studio, and all of the overlays are basically PNG or MP4 for some of the like starting screen stuff where I actually have motion. Yeah, OBS Studio is what I run on. For stuff that I'm doing where I'm, you know, the burnishing mute, or if people type in chat what do, those commands are all streamer bot, and it's just basically telling my program what's going to be visible versus what's going to be hidden, and that's how I get stuff to show up. So the visual part's the pretty easy part. It's just getting the calculations to run to actually give a number, and then tying that to the visual, which is going to be the harder part, I think. Hi, Lexi. How are you doing? Is it what do? Hold on. It doesn't seem to be working right now. I'm tired? I missed you too. Yes, I should have the link all set up. You got an apartment, nice. That's it, what we doing. Sorry. What do is my my old one. This is probably gonna be inaccurate. Yep, we need to change that. Let's see here. What are we doing? We are painting boot charms. Nope. Did I not save that? Hold on. I wish we were playing a game to wind down. Let's see. Stage agenda. That's saved. What should we? Oh, you know what? Did I close the wrong? I might have closed. Whatever. You just needed them to do the paperwork. The paperwork around apartment stuff's always a pain in the butt. I'm glad you're getting it all situated, though. That's great. Also 76% burb. That's over 3/4. Okay. Making some progress here. We're just finishing up. We got a few more stripes of this kind of tan cognac. Not tan. Definitely a brown. The lighter brown. Supposed to move before. Okay, awesome. I hope that still pans out. I imagine it will, because, you know, the apartment wants to get you in as soon as possible, because they want their rent. Yep, Sorka, that's right. I have that set up for multiple things. In fact, the what we doing command that we just did is one of those such instances. The harder part is getting it to show an actual graph from data that it crunches through calculation. Something that's live, not any like pre-planned. Yep, it is what makes TTS work. That is how we do it. First month is free? Nice. Mini Golf and Lexi are both good puppies. Mini Golf, I'm sorry I don't have a bunny command yet. Maybe one day. There we go. Alright, one more for the cognac. Definitely a couple touch-up places I'm seeing on some of the ones we've already done. Lexi, I love that. Chat should know that Mini Golf is a fluffy button. There we go. Right. I think this one's actually going to look really good. I like how this is turning out so far. I also feel like I say that about every one of them, but I just really like painting the pride flags. There we go. That is our browns done, or our light browns. Do a quick touch up on a couple of these edges where I noticed some not quite even paint. There we go. The upside to the bear flag too is it's a lot of colors that tend not to need multiple coats because they're a little bit darker. When we get to the leather flag, I'm going to be really excited because it's also going to be easy. Yep, I definitely do need an OBS script to generate that. That is going to be probably the other hard part about the process. The streamer bot stuff, I actually think I could pull that data easily, or pull the calculations. But yeah, then sending it to OBS as a script, for a script to then compile into an actual graph is the hard part. Lexi, you're going to be selling transit merch? Nice! That's awesome. I'm glad that finally went through. I know that was something that you've been wanting to do for a while. All right, on to our brown here. like doing the outside bars because I can be a little less careful on one side. Go. There we are. Yeah, the cognac looks way better with the dark brown next to it. If you want to see these in person, or any of my other work, I am going to be up in Seattle, so if you're in that area, let me know. I'm going to be up at a vending market called the Mercury Market on Sunday evening. It's at the Mercury Machine Works. It's a goth club that is usually member only, but Sundays are kind of their promoter nights, so they do allow general public in. I think it's like a $5 entry fee, but we'll have a table set up on Sunday during the majority of the evening, and be happy to see you there. Here we go. Alright, finish this brown up, and we just got the black left. And then we'll move on to another flag. We have 3 more to do. I think I have the energy to do 3 of them. I don't think I have the energy to do much other leather work tonight. Just because I've been doing so much. But we will see. Like I said at the start of the stream, this might end up being a slightly shorter stream than I usually do. Just because I've done a ton of work over the past like 2-3 weeks. I did some math today and realized that I have made something like 25 individual unique pieces of leather in the past like 2 weeks in preparation for this market, which is awesome. But y'all, I'm tired. So I'm knocking off a bunch of the stuff that I know I want to have done before the market. But I am not going to try to push and make sure it all happens on stream tonight. I can work on it some tomorrow off stream, and I'm well on track to be, finished by the end of tomorrow, which I'm really grateful for. I think all I really have left after the boot charms here is finishing up the 4 collars that I have, which will just be a little bit of stitch work. And then finishing up or cutting out a few more of my infinity cuffs. That is very much a lower priority. If I don't get to those, that's fine. I already have a few. But if I do, great. Everything else that's major is done. I made 4 sets of Florentine floggers today. So full sets, which is a lot. That's why I'm partially tired this evening. But they look great. I unfortunately can't show them on stream because Twitch doesn't like floggers. But I can show you this other piece. So this is the Pride collar. We have this, we have the lesbian flag, we have the arrow flag, and then we have our just our green pattern design that is also going to be done in time for this market. Anything that doesn't sell, of course, will go on to my website, where hopefully people will buy it and support me online, because money is tight, and anything helps. All right, black is our last piece here. I think we're going to start with our bear paw. In the same way that buying leather really helps support me, I'll also add just sharing and spreading the word about what I do, inviting people to come watch the stream, or check out my website. Any of that stuff all really helps too. I understand cash is tight, and a lot of us can't afford to get a piece, but I also know there's some very suspiciously wealthy furries out there who might want to get a piece and maybe just don't know I exist. So any sort of word spreading is super, super appreciative. After all, the bird is the word, right? And with that bad joke, y'all are all welcome to leave. I apologize. Here we go. What's up, Big Tay? What's going on? What show are we talking about? Oh. Yeah, come on, Minigolf. Purchase that excruciatingly expensive plane ticket and fly all the way out over here. I kid, of course. Alright, just a couple more of these flags to go here. Probably take a moment after we finish this one, or this flag specifically. We'll take a moment and we will update the Disability Pride flag with a slightly darker gray since we have it mixed. That would be a lot of fun, but I also totally understand that the border is the border. Maybe one day we can make it happen. It'd be a lot of fun. Go. Little tiny touch up. All right. Just the band on this one. Oh no. I went slightly over the line there. Touch up here in a second if we can. Now though, we'll let that dry. My brain's going back to the bird chart. But I was just thinking, if I ever get that working right, it'd be really funny to occasionally swap it out. So instead of bird, it's a chart showing you what type of soil you are. Most people would be sandy loam. And if you're not an ecologist or don't have the ecology training, I'm sorry. That might go over your head. It was a very niche joke that I will not be surprised if nobody gets. But it made me laugh. So I'll take that as a win. Okay. One more of these flags to go. And just a little bit of touch up. I want to touch up this one here, which has a little bit of black in the wrong spot, and then this one here, which has some white on the beige. And then these will be done. There we go. Paint and paw pads. Here we go. Here we go. And just the black band at the bottom. These are pretty much done. And we won't try to do any, we're going to do the flags that I have made right now. We won't try to do any new ones until after the market, but I was going to say, if y'all ever have suggestions for pride flags you'd love to see made into boot charms, let me know. I love adding to the repertoire of charms that I have, because it's my goal for people to be able to come to an event or a place that I'm vending and be like, do you have this flag? And I can be, yes, I do. Because that's just important. Having that representation can really make someone's day. I definitely want to be able to do that. Okay. Okay, Sorka, I know that's a joke, but that would actually go hard. I can almost guarantee most people, at least in my circle, or that I would encounter, would probably naturally be Horde. But that is actually really funny, and I love that. Alright, let's make sure this is nice and clean. So we're going to go back to some of our brighter colors. Yeah, no, it's you're right. I should not have assumed it was a joke. It is legitimately a good idea. I think that would be a great one to add. Okay, add a little bit of beige here. Fix where we kind of went over with the white. Just like that. And I'm going to do the same thing with the darker gray. There we go. Make sure that's nice and tidy there. Set these aside. Gonna let them all dry now, like we've been doing with the buy flags. And we are going to switch over, before we actually pick our new flag, we're going to adjust these. So these are my disability pride flags. They're good, but that gray here is just a little too light. We want something a little darker. Honestly, even as I'm painting this right now, I think we want to go a little bit darker than this. For reference, let's see, we should still have our disability pride flag up. We don't, oh, there it is. So I'm going to paint one of these corners. We're going to see how it looks compared to the reference image here. But again, I have a feeling we might want to add just a little more black to this mix. We've gotten every other part pretty good. See how much lighter that is? It's a good shade lighter. So I think we're going to add another drop of black in this. Boop. Don't think we're going to need more than that. Black goes far. Sure you get a nice mix here. We listen to some casual Star Wars jizz. Alright. I hold that up. That is a much closer tone. Have a good night, mini golf. Thank you so much for hanging out. Especially knowing that you're several time zones ahead. So many zones. Alright. The glare's not helping it, but get rid of the glare. That's closer. I almost want to say maybe one more drop of black. If anybody disagrees, let me know before I pour that in. I'm cleaning a brush right now, but I do think one more shade will do it. It's definitely better. Does still feel, let me get rid of the glare here. Does still feel slightly too light. Here goes nothing. Worst case, we'll add a little white back in. I'm not super worried. Come on. Drop. There. Okay. Black always gets terrifyingly dark for a moment while we mix it, and then starts to come back to a lighter color. Go. It also takes forever to mix every time. As always, thank you all for hanging out with me. Just having people watching, you know, doing body doubling, lurking. It all helps me kind of stay motivated to get this work done. And I really appreciate it. Okay. Give this another coat here. There we are. I can already say I think this is a better gray. Let that side dry a little bit. We're going to work on the other side. Here we go. That looks a lot better. I think as it dries and leaves some of that shine, it'll get even closer. But as a whole, the color just works better. It's definitely more true to the flag itself. So I'm grateful and glad that we come back and are fixing this. This is gonna look a lot better. There we go. You want to be extra careful here because just about every one of these colors on this flag was custom mixed for the flag because it's got that like desaturated nature, and I don't have any more of those colors, or rather the paint mix is dried out, so we'd have to mix new batches, which I could not guarantee I could get the same tones again. So I want to be a little careful here not to get this gray where it doesn't need to be. There we go. Star, thank you again for suggesting this flag. I really appreciate it. This is a good one to add. I think the next one we're going to wind up doing tonight is going to be the masculine gay flag. Really pretty set of blues. That's also going to be a lot of heavier mixing, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure I don't have shades of blue that match any of those. go. Make sure these are nice and even here. There we are. We'll let those dry, just like the others. I'm just going to set them aside for now. Let's see what's next on our agenda here. Yep, there it is. So we have a green, almost a teal, like a, I don't even know what I'd call that. We basically have the color of this mat. We have almost a teal, and then we have a sea foam, white, pale blue, which I think I have, and then we get into the bottom two colors, which are a little more indigo. So I think we're gonna have some fun mixing these. All right, let's get these two wiped out real fast, just so we know they're good. I should wet this rag down a little bit here. Oh my gosh! Spyco with a raid, holy smokes! Thank you so much! Thanks for the raid, hi raiders! Hope everyone's doing good. Let me get a, let's see. Yep, got a shout out for Spyco. Thank you so much. You guys, what have y'all been doing? Ooh, games and demos. Was Next Fest happening? Or is it like from Next Fest or some of the stuff? What do y'all play? Nice. Did you have any that really stuck out? Like anything you're really looking forward to? Let's see. For our raiders, if you don't know me, which you probably don't, that's fine. My name's Birdie. I am a leather worker, and we are making a bunch of stuff in prep for a market that is this weekend up in Seattle. Right now, I am painting pride flags that are boot charms. They go on your boots to kind of give them a little bit more color and pizzazz. I also do stuff like collars. So this is one we finished yesterday. And a wide variety of other leather goods. And then we've finished our bi flags, our bear flags, our disability pride flags. We're just getting started on the masculine gay flag. Most of them were bangers. Make a tier list and you have 3 in your top tier. That's awesome. We love seeing games that are well worth adding. I need to check out. I actually still need to watch Next Fest and see what games are there. Okay. How do I want to go about making this green into this? Probably just want to add a little bit of blue. We'll start there. I'm just gonna get a little bit of green here. Sorka, we can definitely go over it this weekend while I'm up there. I have some ideas. Because we can definitely get it to call on assets, which I think would be a good way to do that. But yeah, Spyco, if you're able to stick around, what made it to your top 3? What was your top of the tier list? let's see what some blue does to this green here. I'm also doing this completely off screen, and I'm sorry about that. We moved the camera, and that's throwing me off. There we go. Should be a little bit better. Yeah, we could do that. That might work. Like I said, I can also just provide images and just have it pull up. It's more of just where to place the images on the graph if we go that route. Let's see here. I think this is doing what I want it to do. All right, chat. What are our thoughts with this color? Are we getting close to that top color on the flag? I'm thinking a little bit more blue. Yeah, it's definitely still a little too green. Green is surprisingly robust for a color. Do 2 more drops of blue here. Everybody, if you get a chance, definitely go check out Spyco Live. Do some pretty cool stuff, and definitely drop them a follow if you like what they're doing. And Spyco, again, thank you so much for the raid. Okay, as I go off screen again, because I'm really bad at this angle right now. Let's do that. This will work a little bit better. I keep trying to bring it closer, and that's pulling it off screen. So we'll just bring the camera closer. I think we're about there for the green. I think that'll work for that one. It's that cerulean, like, teal that I'm not sure. Figuring out testing? How do you mean? For our cerulean, probably start with our lighter. Actually, we could start with our neon blue. Maybe then add some green to it. I mainly use my desktop, but I can have it set up where I can remote through my laptop. So we could work and test it that way. Alternatively, we could do a standard like OBS setup on my laptop and just do it in a kind of a sterile environment. Currently, yes, the plan is to take the 3D printer if you're still willing to offer it. Alright, let's try this neon here. Okay, top pick was Truckcoon, supporting Truckcoon is supporting me from another world. It's a Crazy Taxi GTA arcade style game. You play as Truckcoon? Oh my gosh. Oh, that actually sounds so wild. Strange Scaffold. Okay. I don't know other work that Strange Scaffold has done, but I'm here for that. I think the... How did I get blue everywhere? Hold on. I think that's a wonderful premise. I've always wanted to be Truckcoon. Alright. Let's get a little bit of neon blue in here. I think we're not going to just add green. I think we're going to do a neon green here. Mostly because I want to keep this color brighter. So I'm hoping that this will help that. I am absolutely going to have to check out the Truck-kun game and everything else at Next Fest, because that sounds like a banger for sure. Second was The Postman Cometh, a comedy game about being a postman in a nowhere town. Take the job because you're waiting for them to fix your car. Oh, nice! I'll definitely check that one out too. Chad, I'm not sure if this color is mixing. Oh, no, here we go. It's getting there. We're getting there. I was worried for a second, but we're bringing it back. I actually have a really nice kind of teal cerulean going. That might be it for that color. I actually like that a lot. Space Warlord Organ Trainer. That traitor, that is a title. A title and a half. Okay. Next up is going to be our Seafoam, which is like, I think we could do our light green maybe, because it's almost a sage. It's a very pale Space Warlord Baby trading simulator. Oh my gosh. It has a sequel. Oh, these sound amazing. All right, let's get a little bit of our light green in here. Thinking we start by adding some white. And then I'm willing to bet I'm gonna need to add a little bit of blue. Just a tiny drop of our like neon, just to bring it back from that like really warm green that we're on right now. So let's get just a little bit of white in here. Like 3 drops. See where that gets us to start. You play every one on stream? Ooh, I might. Do you have VODs? If you do, I might actually go back and watch some of them. Actually, let me go ahead and do this. I want to make sure I'm actually following you. Let's see here. Oh yeah, good. I am following you. Definitely need to check it out. In the collector's edition from Serenity Forge? Okay.
Hey birdie, 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 it's that time again. Have you heard of the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV? With an expanded free trial which you can play through the entirety of A Realm Reborn and the award-winning Shadowbringers expansion up to level 80 for free with no restrictions on playtime.
No, tell me more. Oh, is that it? Yeah, that's too yellow. So we're definitely going to add some blue in here. Cool that color off a little bit. Start with just a drop here. Oop. Third is normal golf game. Normal golf game. Makes the controls way too precise. Okay. Honestly, those sound like bangers. I'm here for them, and absolutely we'll have to go check them out. Alright, I think we're going to need to add a little more blue. I want to get it back on the cooler side, and then we can always lighten it back up with some white. We're getting there. It's still definitely too vibrant. It's still too warm, in my opinion. I might actually switch to my cooler blue. And add a drop of that and see if we can't get this to cool down a bit. Put our neon away. All this just so we can get the perfect color. I think it'll be well worth it if these flags are accurate. There we go. That cooled that down a lot. Stay cool. Don't warm back up. Give this go. Get this all nice and mixed in. Definitely looks like something we can lighten up a lot better now and get way closer to the actual shade. Yeah, I'm feeling much better about that color. Alright, so let's lighten it up. Probably do like 3 drops, I think. And 3. There we go. We're getting there. Make sure we get all of that blue or green in. That is much closer. I think another bit of white is going to get us there. That's definitely the hue we're going for, though. I think now it's just going to be our saturation. There's something very calming to your nervous system. Oh, I'm glad. I like being a calm and just kind of relaxing channel when I can. I'm glad to hear that. 3 more drops of white. I find paint mixing to be very soothing myself. It's also very satisfying just to finally like get the color that you want. Which I think we just about achieved it. I have a big splotch of blue on my thumb. That is close. I think a little more white, just still a little bit too saturated. Might have been a little too much white, but we'll deal with that. Came out a lot faster than I was anticipating. I love that I'm mixing this to get as perfect as I can, knowing full well this is going to go on perhaps one of the cheapest items that I sell in my shop. So worth it though. That, I think that's about as good as we are going to get. Pretty dang close. Hi Smokey! How are you doing? Hope your week's been going well. Meowdy back to ya. Alright. With those colors done, that leaves us with our bottom half. We will do, I'm pretty sure this is going to cover, let's see if I can get it to show here. Maybe a darker. Let's do our light blue. We might mix that with white a little bit here, just to bring it back up a shade. But I think this is going to be the right hue and tone. Do it that way. Things are good between projects. Nice. Also, that's a mood. Waiting on shipping stuff is a thing. I've got some stuff in the mail that I'm excited to work on after the market. You know, prep's going pretty good. We are mostly done with stuff. Excuse me. We're mostly done with the big stuff. I still have to finish our last collars. And then if I have a little time, I want to do a couple more infinity cuffs. But the vast majority of our big stuff is done. I actually made 4 sets of floggers today, which is a fun one. Fortunately, I can't really show it on stream, but I can show it in the Discord later. But we've got a bunch of our pride collars just about finished. We finished our main rainbow pride collar last night. Trying to make sure I don't get it in paint here. And then we just got to finish up our lesbian flag, our arrow flag, and our like kind of scale pattern flag. Ooh, Victe's 92% burb right now. Okay. That blue feels much better there. Could almost go with one more drop of white here. I think I'm going to do that. And then I think this blue is going to be good to go. Which will just leave us for our like indigo. I'm kind of calling that indigo. It's kind of a slightly pale purple. So it might just be more of a pale purple and a darker purple. But it definitely has more blue in it. Either way, we're going to have to mix those. I do think we'll start with our purple base for that. I think we're going to do a little bit of purple here. And I think for that, I might just do this light blue here. And see where we go with it. Worst case, it doesn't work how I want it. And we just start over. Right. somewhere with this. I'm not sure if we're getting where we want to be. It's starting to come through now. Keep a good light on it so y'all can see here. Star, you're only 53% burb. We need more burb. Honestly, that's not bad. Let's see if I can get a better focus view on that. Probably needs a hint more purple. But the light blue really did its thing. Go. I think that might get us there. Worst case, we add just another drop of light blue to go back a step. What's a little bit of a bummer is I'm not sure this purple is coming through on the screen really well. Because it's definitely way more close to the color in my eye than necessarily I'm getting on this. Although, maybe get that focused a bit. Maybe we lighten it just a hair. Maybe now we add a little bit of white. I think we'll just do like 2 drops of white here. As it just pours out in one big pour. Ooh, let's see if we ruined this or not. If so, we can always remake it. Ooh, we're definitely getting to a lavender. Definitely a little too light, but I think we're actually on a good track here. Yeah, we're definitely too light. However, I think just adding a drop or 2 more of purple, an actual drop, not, you know, a stream like I just did with the white. There we go. I think that might do it. Oh, that's on the money. That is like perfect. Okay. Okay. I'm happy with that. Now, we just need to do our last color. What would we say? Is that a purple, or is that like a mix between purple and blue to give us like more of an indigo? It's kind of hard for me to tell. It doesn't help that it's kind of behind the frame. It might just be more purple than blue. "72% bird." Also, welcome in. Hi. Hope you're doing well tonight. It's a very cool blue, but mostly purple. Okay, I think we're going to start with just a raw purple here. Let's see how it looks against the actual... Yeah, it is like an indigo, right? I mean, y'all, when I put purple right next to it, that looks purple. That almost perfectly hits. I think that might just be a purple. Just finished an episode of MacGyver. Is pie the reward for watching MacGyver? Or is MacGyver the reward for watching MacGyver? And pie is just a separate reward. Because pie should always be a reward. Okay, I think we have our colors. I think these colors are going to work well. So let's start with our center stripe. So we'll start with a white. Both really. McPiver. I love that. How does it feel knowing that chat is so much funnier than I could ever be? Y'all should be proud of yourself. Oh, white. Please go on smoothly for once. He'll make a pie that'll save the day. Someone out there needs to make that like a pie shop. Ooh, McPivers could also be a good pizza shop too. And then you specialize in a bunch of weird, like, strange combinations that work. Okay. That's one white stripe done. Sure, paint's back a little bit just so they're out of my way. We are. Oh, this white is fighting me now. Probably because it's been sitting out for a little bit. Move this out as best I can. There we go. Definitely need to do a second coat on that. There we go. Now I kind of want pie. Alright, chat. What's your favorite pie flavor? Personally, I'm a huge fan of apple. I know that's pretty basic, but I think there's a lot you can do with a good apple pie. And I really just kind of like the sweet and the tart. Although I'm also a big fan of berries, so berry pies. Very much love those. Chocolate's good. I don't think that's juvenile at all. I think there is something to be said about a good chocolate pie. That kind of like custardy chocolate is so nice. I think that's a lovely answer. I think just as I've grown up, I've switched more palate-wise to enjoying the kind of sweet of like berries and fruits. I still love chocolate, don't get me wrong, but I just can only eat a small amount of it before I'm like, I can't do anymore. But growing up, chocolate was my favorite. S'mores is a good choice. Add that marshmallow and some graham cracker. There we go. Alright, the white stripes are done. Rinse this out here. And then we'll move on to our first colors. We'll start with our light blue here. Actually, we should start with our greens. They've been sitting in the tray longer, so we want them to behave a little bit better. So we should use them while they're wet. Cherry pie is really good. Shout out to all the Twin Peaks fans. Well said. You get some good like local cherries too to make it. Ooh, it's so good. Also, chat, has anyone made pies on their own? Like, actually, like, made it from scratch? One of my COVID hobbies became baking, as it did for a lot of people. And I learned a lot, but that was also where I first tried making a pie from scratch. And let me tell you, the filling and everything, great. But don't ever bother making the pie crust from scratch, because it is so much work. And getting a frozen, pre-made pie crust, or even just sheets that are ready to go, way easier, and honestly just as worth it. Making all the homemade fillings was really fun, though. I did really enjoy that part. Yeah, the crust was a battle and a half, I'll tell you that much. I always forget that you went to pastry school. How'd you enjoy making pie crusts? And would you say it's worth making them from scratch most of the time, as someone who's been trained in it? go. Colors on this flag are so pretty. I fucking sucked, but that school had very high standards. Yeah, that tracks. I imagine just being in the stress of like the school situation would also just make that process even worse than just doing it on your own. Go. All right. Next up is kind of our teal here. This one's going to be interesting. Our color that we mixed probably needs a quick do-over of mixing again. I noticed that there was just a little bit of separation here. Obviously, once it's painted on, it should be fine. But as it sits kind of in a big gloopy blob, sometimes it likes to demix or separate. All right. There we go. Put these all around. Nope. We're just gonna go ahead and do this. I've already put my paintbrush in, so we'll go ahead and do 2 of these colors on this side first. I usually like to alternate sides, but I'd rather just get this going. My phone still thinks 10 p.m. is my bedtime from when I still had my job. So it just sent me a notification. It's like, bedtime! Silly phone. We're painting. We're not going to bed. Go. This paint does not want to go on as smoothly as the others. Probably because it's a mixture of 2 of those neons. And I've noticed that the neon paints, while they're really good, I like them a lot, they tend to be a little finicky. Ooh, what's my favorite project to recommend for beginners? That's a great question. I mean, it really depends on how new, like how new are you to the craft and what resources you have available. Because if you can, and like you have a few tools and whatnot, I think a like simple wallet is usually a good start, but even easier might just be key fobs. Just stuff to go on keys is a really nice one. You can do a lot of cool designs with them, be as intricate or as simple as you want, and you're not wasting you're not going to waste a lot of leather, even if you feel like you mess up. And they're really hard to mess up. So it's a low commitment of time and resources, and a high opportunity to try new things and build up a skill set. Otherwise, if you're looking for slightly larger projects, something to really kind of sink your teeth into, honestly, collars are really not difficult. It may take a little bit for you to kind of figure out what your pattern is and kind of how the sizing you want to work with. The collars are just straps, long, simple straps that you then just kind of adorn however you want. So they wind up being very simple pieces, and you can make them again as detailed or as simple as you want, and it'll still look good. Absolutely, definitely don't want to waste material, and that's another reason why I like collars or any sort of strap is a good option, because you're just cutting a straight line. If you have a piece of leather, whether you buy a full roll or a half, like partial roll, you can cut a small 1-inch strap off of that and still have a big chunk of your leather left. If you're buying craft squares, so like 12 by 12 or 12 by 24 inch squares of leather, as some places like to sell, then yeah, smaller stuff like key fobs are a great option for minimizing waste. I would probably recommend staying closer into like the rectangle or square shape, not trying to do circles right away, mostly because they waste a lot of leather compared to anything that's going to be rectangular. The pie is a month past its date and hard as rock. No, I'm so sorry. That's a bummer. Also, Sorka, a gun holster, was a good one, which brings up the next little bit of, not advice, but like, for anyone looking to get started in this, check out your local leather store, if you have one, if you're in a place that's slightly like big enough for it, or go online to like Tandy. So we have a local Tandy here, and then they do have a nice online selection too. But Tandy makes a bunch of like pre-made patterns. I don't recommend them for a lot of reasons, for anybody who is like actually looking to get into this. However, if you are looking to try to craft yourself and you kind of want that just easy turnkey, I just want to put something together, their patterns, like their packs of leather stuff, they're not a bad option to just kind of see if this is even like something you would want to do. Now, the moment you get past that, and you're like, hey, I want to actually look into this further, I'd never use those packs again, personally. They're all pre-cut, and they're not going to let you like really kind of build out your experience on anything other than assembly and tooling, which is they're both good skills to have, but you can do that with, you know, your own leather as well. You don't have to limit yourself to a pre-made pack at that point. But for a really low investment, just to try things out and see if it's something you want to do long term, those are not bad options. The other thing I've seen some people do, if they really want to kind of minimize the amount of money they're investing in right away, is look for scrap leather. You know, find cutoffs and cast off from another leather worker and either purchase them or see if they'll give them to you and work with those to start. I personally have like 3 huge boxes of scrap leather, various shapes and sizes and cuts, just from previous projects. I tend to save everything because I don't like to waste it. But at some point it gets to be so much that it's just like, I will never use this. And that's a great way for beginners to really kind of mess with things and kind of learn the ropes as they figure out, like, hey, do I want to do this? And then if you don't know any leather workers, another way you can do it is to start scrapping recycled leather from like furniture. There's older vintage furniture that you can pull leather off of that can be pretty good. However, the caveat there is there's a lot of furniture out there that is pleather or like Saffiano leather, which I have several rolls of, but they're very specifically like upholstery leathers. So they're not super great for certain things, and they don't burnish or shape in the same way that like veg tan leather works, or in the way that you might want if you're wanting something with more structure. But for garment leather, not a bad option to just like try to put some stuff together. Your first is a big old bag of hornweed Dublin. You bought on Buckle Guy. Yeah, there we go. Buckle Guy's a great resource. And yeah, it's a having just a bag of like scrap or like lower quality leather is so nice for just testing things out. Leather is one of those things that is really hard, especially when you're like patterning. It's really hard to pattern and work with something like paper and expect it to function like leather will. So you can pattern like flat patterns, but if you want to see how stuff's actually going to form in a three-dimensional shape, sometimes you just really got to work with real leather and just pick a low quality or a really cheap option to kind of do your first couple tries with. All right, a couple really tiny little bits here I want to touch up. Make sure we got a good smooth cover here. I think that is our second blue-green. Just about done. Go back through here and do the same thing with these. Again, these neons, these color bases are very watery and very sheer, like you can see through them pretty easily. So they're going to require some extra coats of paint. If I'd been smarter while mixing, I would have mixed in a more standard color, which would have added some of that opacity back. I don't think any of them would have gotten the color we were really looking for. So Smokey, I don't remember if you were here last stream, because you mentioned Buckle Guy, and that reminded me. I have a toy I need to show you. That finally came in the mail. We're not going to use it tonight, because I'm just focusing on painting, kind of keeping this lower energy. But I finally got my tabletop burnisher. Yeah. Let me get this last flag stripe just updated here, and then I will pull the camera back for a minute and set it up just so you can take a look at it. We tested it out and used it, and it's so nice. It's so quiet. I don't have to mute my mic. It doesn't really show up. Like I can run it and talk, and it's just like the faintest kind of hum in the background. It's so good. And because it's a Buckle Guy brand, it's actually way cheaper than most like Tandy or Weaver, despite being effectively the same exact tool with the same exact motor set. Okay, let me do this just to show off for a second. But here she is. I'm in love. It's such a good piece. Yeah, I still need to get the point system. Since my partner got me this for my birthday, I did not actually purchase it myself, so I don't think we got points for it. But I do need to set that up still. Rocky Mountain leather and buckle guy are both so good. Rocky Mountain's one of my mainstay for leathers. And honestly is getting there for tools too, like hand tools, because they have such high quality stuff. That and their thread selections are really good. Yeah, we're bringing power into the sanding too. Actually having a rotary sander is super nice as well for just getting the edges ready. It's just all nice. I'm just very excited. Alright. I think I'm going to take a moment and slightly mix up this green again. It is not bad, but it's a little separated. There we go. Ooh, you made the order, Victang? Got the clasps and jump rings. I'm excited. You're gonna do great. It's gonna turn out lovely, hun. You're gonna make some really cool stuff. I highly, highly recommend it. Nothing adds comfort to a band, belt, or collar that's going to be against the skin. Yep. I even before getting this tool, I am a big advocate of burnishing anything that touches skin. I typically burnish almost everything I make, just because I think it helps keep some of the moisture in the leather as well. It kind of helps lock it in, which is just better for the health of the leather in the long term. So I try to burnish everything. But the only thing I'm not going to burnish is going to be stuff like flogging straps. Those, I actually want to keep the softer leather, the softer backside of the leather fresh and open. But yeah, definitely recommend burnishing anytime you're going to do something that's touching the skin, especially edges. Ooh, got 5 sets of the Dragon Ouroboros ones. Nice. Oh, I'm excited for you, Victave. It's gonna look so good. Victave is getting into chainmail craft, and I'm excited to see what she creates. Also, same Smokey. Rose gold is my color. And actually, as a secretary bird, rose gold and white are really my color combos. I think unfinished collar, but I can grab it here. My collar combo is typically rose gold hardware, white leather, and then I use a what I call sun-kissed thread. So it's a hand-stitched thread, but it's a variegated thread of like yellows, pinks, whites, and oranges. And it looks really good, and it mirrors the kind of mascara look of the, not mascara, the eyeshadow look of the secretary version. I feel like the first thing that makes something feel like a cheap factory piece or amateurish is a lack of that sort of finish. Absolutely. Let's see here. Yeah, these are some of my infinity cuffs, and even as I don't even hold them up to the camera, pretty much everything I do, I at least try to do a finish, a like nice smooth finish on it. Because yeah, I agree. I can tell a factory piece so quick when it's not burnished. So this is my color combo typically. Rose gold with that variegated kind of yellow, pink, white, and red. And then on the white on white whenever possible. Okay, back to our painting here. I'm not shocked at all. I'm very unsurprised that you picked it up so easily and got right back into it. You're a very skilled cat deer. You can do a lot of things. Here we go. Leave that out just a little bit. Let that dry. And move on to the last of the stripes for this green. Now we can switch to the other side and start working on the blues and the purples. Go. Here we are. That's going to be our greens done here. Give our brush a good rinse. Jump back to that kind of pale blue on the other side. Rotate all of these just so they're easier to work. I'm actually surprised I've been able to go this long. I was feeling so unmotivated today as I was getting ready for this stream that I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to make a full stream, but I think we're going to be able to do it now. Especially because, if nothing else, I really want to at least try to finish the last other new flag that we have, which is going to be our Leather Pride. Since that's all, like, I think it's just blue, black, and red. No mixing involved with that. It should be a really quick paint, too. Schmoovin'. We're schmoovin' right along. Smokey, you missed it. I mixed our a special mix, this purple for the Vi flag. It's a mixture of my burgundy and oh no. It's a mixture of my my burgundy and purple.
Pixel which 25 needs a bird to stop shrimping.
And oh, what did I call it? It was Burgerple. I think I called it Burgerple. And that's the name I'm gonna forever call it now. Thank you, Star. I am straight, no longer shrimping. I was definitely shrimping. I've been sitting for a while. We are back to solid prawn territory. Burgerple. I love that you added the burger emoji. Good choice. Although now it's making me want a burger. If y'all can't tell, I did not actually eat dinner before this. I had a late lunch, so we're not like super hungry. We'll definitely need to make something after we're done here. That's so true, Star. I certainly have not been that in a very long time. Technically never was that, just kind of thought I had to be it. To be honest, for hand mixing pretty much every color on this flag, I'm really pleased with how they're turning out.
25 needs you to hydrate.
Good call, Star, thank you. As soon as I finish this band of blue here, I will grab my water jug, my water cup. Don't quite have a jug. Not yet, anyway. Maybe I should get one. Right. There we go. The Hydro Flask is it kind of is. Problem is the Hydro Flask is currently living in my car because I keep forgetting to bring it in. So we've just been resorting to my Halloween cup and my our Pizza Hut red cups, the nostalgic ones. Okay. Water in a bitch. Here's my cup. Oh, needed that one actually. Thank you for that reminder. Alright. Looking good here. Blue's going on pretty nicely, and I'm appreciative of that. Oh yeah, we definitely need to get Victe's water bottle back when we're up there. Honestly, Smokey, you're not wrong. I have legitimately thought about making a wine flask sometime. Sometimes, like doing like an actual wine pouch, if you will. Just doing it as a water pouch. I would just need to do more research into that, because I know that's a whole process of, like, there's guts involved and all of that. If nothing else, I should just make a like jacket for my Hydro Flask. Make a carrier for it or something. That might be a fun project to do just on my own. We could obviously stream it if we want to, but it'd be a fun one that I've not tried yet. Okay. On to our kind of dark lavender here. Hi, Victe. You know, I said it and I was like, actually, that's a really good idea. It would be pretty easy to make too. It's just about like the cut and the stitching. It would not be that difficult to make a simple one. I already picture it in my head. It's just kind of like, I could even use the laser engraver to get some designs on it and then do some tooling work for it. We could make that really good. I'm gonna have to remember that one. Correction, Vicday. When you left on Tuesday, there was 1.5. Bag 3 was finished on my birthday weekend. And I just opened the last bag this morning. Look. They're good snacks. I have not eaten 2 entire bags. I have definitely shared those. Have I eaten the lion's share of them? Yeah, probably. Look, I have also been in crunch mode all week, and crunch mode requires brain snacks. Star, the issue with Costco right now, because we have a couple down here that aren't too far away. The issue with Costco right now is I just don't have the cash for anything in bulk. Maybe after the market, might have a little bit extra, but honestly, I need to use all of that for bills and taking care of stuff. So definitely want to save as much as possible. Victor, don't call me out like that. It wasn't 99%. It was like maybe 75. Also, Victor, you're learning why I don't typically keep goldfish in the house. It's as much of a, I know I don't have self-control around them, as it is, I just don't think to buy them. Okay, one more color on this flag. Making good progress here. Hope everyone else is having a nice time. Again, thank you all for hanging out with me. I love the chatter and the laughing, even if it's at my goldfish habits expenses. Honestly, it makes this whole process so much more fun. Simba's ignoring you. That's a bummer. He's usually such a mama's boy. How do we think about this, chat? On the money here, get the glare out of the way. Get up here, maybe subtle focus a little bit, please. There we are. He's trying to sleep on the tower. Aw, sleepy baby. We love eepy cats. It's close, a bit glossy. Yeah, I agree with that. It'll matte out a little bit as it dries, but then I'm going to make it slightly glossier when I add the sealant on top. So it'll always be a little bit glossy, but it'll probably be a little less than it is currently. Right now it's definitely because that leather is, or the paint is still very wet. It'll need to dry for a good day or so before I can put that that clear coat over top and know that it's not going to like pull up the paint or anything. There we go. Which blue are you talking about? The right of the white line? That one? The lightest, yeah. It might be slightly off. I'll do a comparison again here in a minute. Once I get all these purple put on. I'm not sure there's going to be a great way to fix it. That's the problem. Could probably try to mix a little more white into the mixture and then just go over it again. That might do it. We'll see here in a minute. As I get this last thing done, we can go back to the first one. So it'll be a little drier. We can see what it looks like all said and done. Let's see if there's any adjustments we need to make. Yeah, it's definitely still recognizable. I think we're close enough that worst case we can leave it. But I've been very careful about trying to get the colors right this time for all the other flags, so I'm open to trying to get it right. For the sake of doing the best we can. It comes across way bluer on the screen. I get what you're saying. Definitely a lot paler in the image here. I think our purple's a little bit paler too than your final piece, the actual reference image. Otherwise, though, I think we are very, very close. I'm going to try just adding a drop of white to our... Actually, I'm just going to do it from the little reservoir of white that I have. Add a little bit to this blue, see if I can't mix in and get a slightly better color. Because I think the purple is so close that I'm not super concerned about it. That blue is a little bit darker though. And I think we can lighten it up. No harm in doing a quick try, especially because I know the last flag that we're doing is going to have no mixing at all. It's just going to be straight primary colors. Two drops of that white there. Get a bunch on my hand, as per usual. I know I have eyedroppers. I actually don't know. This paint is thicker. I'm not sure an eyedropper would work really well with it. But I do know I have them. I just generally forget I have them until I'm reminded that I have them. What are we thinking? Is that... That looks a fair bit closer. Add a bit of the middle purple? Are you sure? Like, we're pretty on the money there right now. Like, I'm holding it up next to our reference image, and the blues almost mix into each other. I'm gonna do just the faintest little drop of it here. Just like that. And we'll mix that in, see if that does anything. I don't think it's gonna change much. Yeah, it really didn't do much there. Have to add a little bit more. We'll do just a hair more. Not looking to change too much. I think the color is almost perfect as is. But I am with you on it having a slightly cool purple tint, just barely. I think that's going to get us there. I think that's what we're looking for. Ignoring the glare, I think that's about as close as I'm going to get. Alright, do a quick over top of this stripe real fast. You know, after I rinse my brush, because I'm a fool and didn't do that before I started. There we go. Okay. We'll see how this goes. Here we go. I definitely think this color looks nicer. I will say it's like just a shade or two off. So it's almost hard to tell the difference while I'm painting it. I'm sure it'll dry slightly different. There we go. There we go. I think that looks a lot better, actually. Still very, very similar. But I think it looks good. Alright, so we will just quickly go over this. The other 3 flags here. And then we will set these aside and move on to our leather flag. I mean, technically they're all leather flags. But this is why I'm not a comedian. "76% burb." Also, thank you for the laugh, Smokey. I appreciate it. Victe, it just knows you're a cat deer. "60%. Our burb numbers are dropping. Everybody, we gotta bird up.
Bird up.
There it is. I knew someone would get it. "70%. That's pretty high. That's doing good. Alright, we're going to set these aside. I think these are looking good. I'm just happy to see people aren't at like 10% burb. One of these days I'm gonna program it in where it's like 0% burb, stream automatically ends. It's a 1% chance of just killing the stream. But if there's no burb, then there's no birdie. I think it's a 5-minute cooldown for individuals, so you might have to wait a couple more minutes, Victe. But I have gotten rid of the global cooldown, so it's just individual. Okay, I think we can set our mixings aside for now. Our next one is going to be already done lesbian, gay, already done our arrow, and poly, and bi. There we go. Our leather pride. We're gonna do this one, and then we're gonna probably kind of finish up for the night. This one has so many stripes. Thankfully, they are all pretty simple. We'll start with our white in the middle. Sure, I'm relatively centered here on the screen. Go. Well, these stripes are so tiny comparatively. I think the Leather Pride flag has the most stripes of any of the flags I've painted so far. Because it's, I think it's 2 more stripes than the Lesbian Pride and the Gay Male Pride. Go. I'm grateful there's less in each line to paint, but I am nervous because all the other colors are some very dark, very hard to cover colors, like black and blue and then a red. So if I get it on this white stripe, if I go outside the line in the middle, it's going to be hard to cover that up and fix it. So I'm a little nervous about that. Steel myself. I am not planning to stream much longer. Once we finish, I'm actually gonna bring my little mixing tray back because I had a palette of white there. Once I finish these flags, so these 4, that's where I'm gonna call it for tonight, because that'll get us pretty much all the Pride flags will be finished for now. I do have these, but I'm not actually, I don't remember which ones I was gonna make. I need to check my stock and see if I need to like restock on the non-binary Pride flag or not. So we'll be going for a little while longer, but hopefully not more than 25-30 minutes at tops. This should go pretty quick once we finish with the white stripe. Because black and blue typically don't need a second coat. I'm not sure, hon. What are you thinking? We could always just do like a teriyaki. I haven't done that in a while. How's your stomach feeling, by the way? Oh, we do have those chicken thighs. We need to use those. Let's just let's use those. We can do a like a fajita quick marinate. Oh, we could actually do them over rice. Just do like a chicken, like a teriyaki chicken and rice. That'd be a good option. I can definitely cook the rice as soon as I get down there. So yeah, if you want to get the chicken marinating, it'll be good. We'll get it on the skillet or on the wok. We could just dump some lighter fluid on it to give it that authentic, low-quality taste. I say that in jest because we have a few very questionable quality teriyaki joints around here that are honestly fine, but there's a couple that just like they taste nothing but lighter fluid, and they're a little rough. We always like to try new places where we can, but then we quickly find like, oh nope, we're not going to do that one again because it just tastes like lighter fluid. There's a few that we have here that are really good, though. Like, stupendously good. Okay. So it's blue on either side. Our cap out here. What everyone else have for dinner? Or lunch? Depending on what time and where you're at in the world. Ooh, mushroom chicken, yum. Wendy's, also a good choice. There we go. The stripes I'm most worried about, right along that white stripe, are done on this one. I'm feeling a little better now. Everything else I can cover up pretty well, especially if the blue goes into any black stripes. That'll be an easy fix. That. Ever made shoes? Ooh, I have not. I have not made shoes. I've not made a lot of clothing or garment wear, and I'm trying to start getting into it. I am eyeing creating a real corset right now. I found some decent references and patterns of some leather corsets, and I'm realizing that I can take my existing one and probably build a pattern for my size off of it, since I know how the leather is supposed to lay for leather corsets now. So I'm hoping I can do at least a prototype of something simple. See how I can make it look. That would be a fun piece for me. Otherwise, I've had people ask me if I could make a jacket. That's a whole nother process. That's like fabric, leather. And that is something that I don't think I am quite skilled for yet. But yeah, thank you. One of the ideas is I know that I have to do a corset stream where I'm wearing a corset. It might be fun to actually just work on making a corset. If I can get paper patterns put together before that stream, just off of my existing one, then I'll at least have something to work off of, and we could just do corset while wearing a corset. Corsetception. There we go. Hopefully the blue's going very quickly here. Right. Honestly, Smokey, that's kind of why I've avoided even like offering wallets, because I feel like I would just never get to make anything else. Although I do feel like I wound up kind of pigeonholed into making collars. And now I'm like looking at a bunch of different things and I'm like, I want to make other stuff. I like collars, they're relatively easy for me. It's like, I want to get into corsets. I want to get into, gauntlets for fantasy stuff, or pauldrons, and kind of get more into that 3D crafting side of things. I still really want to make a human-sized falconry hood. That is very much on my list of to-do. I need to rework with a pattern, but I have a good idea of how to do that one. And then, of course, I want to do pup hoods. That's a whole nother one that is also on the list. Leather muzzles is another one that I'm hoping to do at some point. What else? My Trello, where I keep track of my like project queue, has a list of like my own personal projects that are like, as I have time, I work on them. So you can actually go see those if you want to. They should be listed there. There's not any more details on them because I just haven't worked on them in a while. But definitely something I'm looking to do. Posture collar would be another fun one that I haven't done before. Give a little more shape. But shoes, I think, is a really cool one too. I would love to be able to make a jacket. I think it's a really cool request. I just don't feel like I have the fabric know-how to do that and then still make it reliably out of leather. I'm getting closer. I can now at least do a base amount of sewing, which is a big start. But definitely don't feel like I have enough skill on the like fabric and like garment side of things to warrant a full jacket, and especially know that the sizing would be good and comfortable. No, I didn't see that one. Did you repost it? I can go scroll through your blog here in a little bit. I did not see that one though. There we go. Okay, center stripes are good. Question is, do I go ahead? I kind of want to, just because the blue's already out. I think I'm going to go ahead and just do the next stripe out of blue, because the black will be easier to do around it. Yeah, please share it. Thank you. Speaking of the Discord, if you like what I do, want to talk shop about leather or ideas, or even want to give suggestions for streams and other stuff, please check out the Discord. Feel free to chat in it. I would love to make it kind of a vibrant community. It's still very small as it is, but I think it would be lovely to have all ya. And if Discord's not your thing, I totally get it. But I figured I'd throw the invite out. Always love having people to chat art, crafts, anything in between. And yeah, I just want to make that a hub for that. Go. Right now with the tan kind of looking a little more white against the blue here. This isn't looking like the leather flag, it's looking like a, you know, old-timey swimsuit. Alright, just a little more to go. We're almost there, y'all. It's a Thursday night, so I'm thinking about who I could raid out to. I haven't checked to see who's online yet. But it being Thursday, Fran might be on. Fran's always a good one to raid to. We can check that, but if you have any other suggestions, feel free to let me know. Always kind of looking for more trans creators to follow and support, more queer. I love finding makers and crafters, as well as, you know, I enjoy gaming and gamers, so, you know, I'm always open to that as well. Yeah, I'd say we probably have maybe, if this all goes as quickly as I'm hoping, maybe about 15 more minutes. We'll kind of wind it down here. Quick reminder, I am not going to be on this Sunday or Monday. With the market happening Sunday night, I obviously can't do it then. And then Monday, I'm going to have a 3-hour drive back home, and unpacking and kind of just that like personal debrief for how things went. So we won't do anything Sunday or Monday, but I will be back on Wednesday. And I don't know. We'll definitely do a little debrief. I'll tell you all how the market went. We'll chat about that. But maybe we'll take it easy since I've been going. So we might do a game stream during the week. I still need to get through Deltarune Chapter 2, 3, and 4 in prep for the new one. So maybe we'll do that. Might be fun. Kind of make this a little more casual of a week. Take a breather. And then jump back into Leather next week. Or I guess the following week. We'll see. I may come back from this market and be like, oh, I'm dying to make more stuff. If I'm really, really motivated and really inspired, I might want to just make something. But there's so much chimkin. Did you cook all of it? Or did you marinate all of it? Oh, we need to use it, but like we could have frozen some of it too. Oh yeah, fair. Yeah, then we'll marinate it, cook it. It'll last a little longer and be a few more meals for us this week. Thank you for doing that, hun. Really appreciate it. Alright, we're almost done with our blues here. I mean, that's fair, and that marinade is so good that you make. Yeah, 4 pounds of chicken cut into strips is definitely... We're gonna have to use the full-size wok for sure, if we're gonna get through that in any meaningful time frame. Right, there we go. That is our blues done. Now just the black and the red, and then we're done. Put the link in the general channel. Yeah, that's absolutely fine. Thank you so much. Can't wait to look at it. I would stop and pause for a second to look at it now, but I am on the warpath of trying to get this finished. Let me put some of these colors away. Grab our black out. Here we go. Victay, it's because you cooked all of that chicken. It knew. No, I should have been smart and done the inside line first, but here we are. We'll fix it here in a moment. If I fix it, I mean, we're just going to come in from the other side. This back over so y'all can actually see more clearly. Realistically, I should just move the camera over, since I keep wanting to go to the right a little bit. That's too much effort. Go. There we are. Diminishing burb returns. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's kind of what's happening. I'm honestly surprised we have three very important burbs. I shouldn't be that surprised. And I'm glad that we have more than, one or none. Slowly corrupt all of you into birds. Okay. That is one of these just about done. Do the hearts last. You can hear Saturn saying you're a good dog. It's okay, you can be a bird dog. I hear those are a thing. Also, I did it again. Should have done the inside one first. But again, here we are. I would know I'm a bird. I'm not a bird dog. Alright. Just finishing this up. We got 2 more flags for the black stripes. And all we got left is that heart. Alright, inside line first this time, Birdie. Gotta lock in and finish this up. Go. Thank you. I think the precision at this point is mostly just because I've been doing this for like 4 hours. So my hands are kind of like, oh, this is what we're doing. But I've also had caffeine today, which is helping keep my hands more steady. There we go. I will say the other nice thing about doing these flags as much as I've been doing them for Pride Month is that I am getting better at doing painting. Like just traditional painting. I wouldn't say I'm like good in the sense like I can, you know, shade things super well or make things look realistic. But when it comes to just the like steady hand precision of like I want the paint to go here, or mixing the colors to get the exact hues that I want, this has been great practice for that. Probably in the same way that painting minifigures, like Warhammer and stuff like that, does. Train for train for the same sort of skill set. Although I would argue that you get even more out of that because you're doing all of the shading and detail work, not just kind of painting in the lines like I'm doing right now. We're gonna have me painting Warhammer 40k figs in no time. I mean, I would give it a go. We have pretty much all the equipment we need for it. I just don't... I know nothing about Warhammer, so there's no draw for me to actually, like, get into it, you know? Hot local 40k MIDI painters in your area. Alright, Victor, hear me out. What if I make Warhammer figures out of leather? You'll have to info dump that for me sometime. That would actually be fun. Maybe our next kind of like road trip. Just info dump Warhammer on me. Oh, we're so close. There we go. Just this last stripe, and then the red hearts. And then we are done. There we go.
Have you heard of like Final Fantasy or whatever? I hear it's really cool and like multiplayer or what have you. I'm not good at this.
Oh my god, Smokey, thank you so much. That was the best way to put that. Oh, no notes. That was perfection. Oh, I love that so much. You got locked out of a 40k copy pasta? Like it wouldn't let you do it? Am I missing something? Alright, all I got left is this goopy red. Oh, it kicked you out because it was, yeah. That'll do it. Might have to save it until next time. Unless the cooldown finishes before I finish the hearts. There we go. It's okay. Victor will get to redeem it eventually, I'm sure. I am looking forward to a new copy pasta, though. Final Fantasy XIV is always fun, but a new game might be a good option. There we go. Alright, 2 more hearts. Alright, while I'm finishing up this last heart, go ahead and kind of start the little outro a little bit. Thank you all for hanging out with me tonight and helping make this just so much more bearable. I did not think I would be able to get through all of these. I figured it was going to be like a 1 or 2 hour stream just because I was not feeling great. Oh, here we go.
From the moment I understood the weakness of my flesh, it disgusted me. I claimed the strength and certainty of steel. I aspired to the purity of the blessed machine. Your kind claim to your flesh as if it will not decay and fail you. One day the cooled biomass that you called a temple will wither and you'll beg my kind to save you. But I am already saved. For the machine is immortal. Even in death I serve the Omnissiah.
Incredible. Thank you, Victor. That's good. That was very good. Yeah. Thanks for hanging out. Y'all made this like such a fun night. Such a good time to like paint and just chill. And yeah. I really appreciate it. Like I said, I will not be on Sunday or Monday, but we'll be back on Wednesday. Probably pretty chill. Talk about the market and how it went. If you want to reach out or chat with me in the meantime, Discord is a great way to do it. And from here on out, let's see if we can find someone to raid. Again, no need to stick around after the raid, but stick around long enough to say hi to them. We want to support our fellow creators. Let's see, Fran is around. Okay. We'll probably raid Fran again. Fran's always a fun one. What is Fran playing today? Ooh, Kingdom Hearts again. Still working through that. Yeah, let's go ahead and we're gonna raid Fran. Say hi. She's really, really cool, really sweet. She's been playing through Kingdom Hearts 1.5 and 2.5 Remix, and is a real sweetheart. So everybody say hi for me. I'll be in there too. But thank you so much. And once everybody's ready to go, we will start the raid. Let's see, let me switch over to our ending soon, and then we'll start the raid and go from there.